Welcome, Pocket. Good to see you. There is something I did want to change before I get started here. Not that. This. Down. Okay. Okay. We are ready. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the Ultimate Living Origin Form Pokédex. We're trying to get through these eggs. I have 13 shiny eggs left to get before we can get Mewtwo, and then ultimately finally finish Kanto, which is going to be a really, really exciting time when that's done. Moving on to Hoenn. So yeah, if you haven't been in the loop for a while, or if this is your first time, I will try to walk you through exactly what's going on in any given moment, but just to give you a little bit of a warning, it gets pretty complicated with this RNG and Fire Red and Leaf Green, and also Egg RNG specifically is pretty convoluted, so I will do my best to outline that. Right now we're working on a shiny Eevee egg. This will be the second shiny Eevee egg that I will need out of 3 for all 3 shiny evolutions. And long story short, we are halfway through this one. The egg is generated in 2 parts, and I have the first part locked in, ready to go. I just need to land the second part. And unfortunately, I won't know if I landed the second half or not until I hatch the egg, and that takes a while. So sometimes this can be drawn out if I'm not on target right away. So hopefully I am. Hopefully I have some luck today. So, welcome Gucci. Welcome Caddy. I am having a great Sunday. Thank you, Pocket. I hope you do too. I don't know what that is. Don't worry about that. Okay. So, let's go ahead and give it a shot. We are in the process of getting our second shiny Eevee. So the first thing I need to do is I need to hit my initial seed, which is a frame perfect input here at the title screen after waiting a certain amount of time. Then I need to be frame perfect receiving the egg from the daycare man. And if I am perfect on both of those, I get my shiny. What's helpful is I can confirm whether or not I hit my seed before I hatch the egg, so that'll save some time if I am inaccurate there. But ideally, we can just go ahead and knock it out. Both phases here. Oh, so it's late for you, yeah. You believe we'll be locked in today? Well, thank you. I hope so. Oh, random shiny Caterpie. Very nice. Exodia making an appearance. Yes, a very good omen, generally speaking. Am I still hatching Fire Red eggs? Yes. I have just a few more to do, and then I will be done with all the normal eggs, and then it will be just the shiny eggs and Mewtwo for the completing Kanto. I'll probably work on that once I get this egg online here. Best that I truly lock in for this section here, because this is where it really matters, where it counts. Okay, what is my target frame again? It's 1470, and I'm, again, not going to do mental math because why would I ever do such a thing? 1470 plus 3200. Okay, so 4600, 4700. I'm thinking I hit this. Let's see. This is the closest thing. Sassy, Inner Focus. Yeah, I'm on seed. So we have a potential shiny egg now. I was two frames late, or 2 frames early, the last time I attempted this Eevee. And so I calibrated for 1. I didn't calibrate for 2, just to be safe. So if this is not a shiny egg, I would guess it's probably 1 frame early, or maybe late too, because sometimes I overcompensate, but here we are again. Yes, the only reason that I get the Abras is it's a consistent way to get a Pokemon where I can check the stats and see what seed I'm currently on. Because, you know, let's say that I wasn't on seed and I didn't confirm that, then every time I made an attempt with this, I would hatch an egg, only to find out that I wasn't even on seed. So this is probably the most efficient way to do it, just because it avoids excessive egg hatching when it's for sure not going to be my target. So now that I am in egg hatching mode, I'm going to have my Fire Red in the background here as well. I'll get that set up. Yeah, it takes, you know, almost 15 minutes to hatch an Eevee egg, so doing that while not even on seed would be a total waste. It would be really bad. So I'm doing my best to avoid those kinds of situations. The remaining normal eggs that I need to hatch in Fire Red are 2, not Kabuto, what's the other one? Ammonite. I need 2 Ammonite, and I need a Pinsir of all things, because I didn't buy a regular Pinsir from the Game Corner, even though I really could have. But I decided to just breed for it. It's not that big of a deal. So I need to get to the underground path, and then I won't have to multitask so hard here. Okay. I'm now hatching eggs on 2 different games. Maximum efficiency. Teachy TV Nidorina from the Safari Zone. Respect. Or Nidorino, sure. Pinsir is underrated. Yeah, you're right. Especially the shiny Pinsir. That shiny sprite goes hard in Gen 3. It's still good in the future, but it's really nice here. Very deep blue. Oh yeah, Gucci, it'll take you so long just to do the transfers alone. Not to mention actually catching all those Pokemon. Yeah, Rebel, so, I don't know when you last tuned in, but my initial impression was that, because the part of the criteria for this run in particular is that I want Pokemon from their native region and their first released game if possible. And so I want all the Kanto Pokemon from the Kanto region from Fire Red and Leaf Green. I assumed that if I if I bred for the Kanto Pokemon in Ruby and Sapphire, if I made the eggs in that game, and then transfer them to this game and hatch them in this game in Fire Red and Leaf Green, that would then make them from Kanto in the metadata. But that is not how it works. Whatever game the egg is generated on, that is where the Pokemon is ultimately going to be from when you look at its origin. So I have to create the eggs in these games, which already makes things a little difficult. The only consideration there is I have a second option of, instead of just doing the entire shiny RNG in this game, if I know what the egg's PID is, if it's not shiny, but I know exactly what it is. I could theoretically transfer the egg to a new file in Ruby and Sapphire, do a ID, SID, RNG manip, and then hatch the egg there, and then it would be shiny there and still be from Kanto. And so that is equally valid, and maybe in some cases would be faster than doing the whole thing on this game. It just so happens that I haven't had enough issues with RNGing it in Fire Red and Leaf Green to warrant that. And I think it would be nice, too, to, like, you know, just do everything in Kanto. That way, when we go and we move on to Hoenn, it's completely fresh. Like, it's a totally different phase of the challenge. So those are all the considerations. I was initially mistaken, and so I now realize the eggs have to be made here. Where they hatch is variable, but ultimately they have to come from these games. So that means I have to go through all these hoops with the RNG process. Oh, Goosey, you're just trying to get all the shinies you currently have in home, I see. Still, I'm sure you have quite a few. It's not between community days and other events, you know, most people have a decent number of shinies on their profiles. Oh yeah, that is pretty lucky pretend passing. First catch, or first try, first catch. Good morning, Awkward. Good to see ya. Looking for a, you know, a timid Nidorino is not the worst thing, right? Because with sheer force and its semi-decent special attack stat and its wide move pool, that's actually not too bad, is it? No, it's morning for me. I guess, yeah, afternoon. It's just now afternoon. Yeah, I don't think you're going to hit a wall there. They're always going to have more community days and other stuff. So there will always be more shinies to transfer, and you'll probably never keep up with that rate, honestly. So I would just prioritize what your favorites are that you want from Go, or anything that's interesting. Yeah, that's fair, Rebel. I thought it was too tedious for me too, especially when I didn't think I had to do it, but if I want to be consistent with my challenge here, this is the only way. At least hatching the eggs or generating the eggs here. And since I'm going through all that trouble anyway, I might as well go the little extra mile and just RNG them here. That's shiny. Yeah, Let's Go is a good source of the Kanto Mons. You RNG'd the entire Lake Trio last night, including Mesprit. Oh wow, that is a lot. Can you transfer like 2 normal shinies in a week? Is that how it works? Yeah, geez. Talk about patience. I just kind of hoard all my shinies in my Go account, and then if I need anything, then I'll transfer it then. Ideally, I would like everything to be in home, but number one, my Pokemon Home, I'm, you know, running out of space a little bit. It's getting pretty crowded. And also, if I'm trading something, sometimes people want a custom original trainer name, so I can do that before I transfer Pokemon. Really? It's dependent on CP, of all things. That's weird. You gotta love those roamers. It is actually very interesting how many roaming Pokemon are in Sinnoh, especially when you think about the legendary birds in Platinum, how those are 3 additional extra roamers. I'm using the Coliseum bonus disc for Jirachi. And we'll do that RNG. With established methods. It's funny because I've tried to RNG bonus disc Jirachi before, and I learned how to do it, and I got pretty close, but I never successfully did it, actually. For whatever reason, I had to give up on it, or I had to move on to something else. But I know of the process. I have all the programs you would need on my computer. It's tricky because you have to play through the first part of the game, and you can't necessarily control your frame advances because you have to go through grass, and your wild encounters will mess that up. So it's a tricky RNG. It's not very easy, but very doable. So that's the one I'll be doing. The other option was the Pokemon Channel European version, but that requires me to not only go through the entire Pokemon Channel game, but also I've never done the RNG for that one. I don't know the process as well, even though there's more shiny spread options. So, yeah, I'm doing bonus disc. You did Channel? I'm sure that Channel is more consistent. It's probably easier in terms of like executing the RNG. It just, there's extra stuff I don't want to do in preparation for that. So that's probably why. Oh, so you got a bonus disc back in the day. Good for you keeping up with it. I do have an egg hatching in Fire Red. And it is a Pinsir. Normal Pinsir. Which, again, I didn't strictly need to breed for, but... So let me put this in the spreadsheet real quick. Normal Pinsir is good, and we have one more added to the counter. Welcome, Shargo. I'm doing pretty good. Ready to get this shiny Eevee first rip. You missed an 8-hour wait for a decent 3 perfect IV for the Jirachi, for the Pal Jirachi. That blows. That sucks. Because, yeah, since it's on the GameCube, I'm assuming that it works the same way as Coliseum, where you can't really control your initial seed, but when you find your seed, you can decide how many hours or minutes you want to wait. And then if you miss it, yeah, that sucks, because you put in all that time. Give it up for normal Pinsir. Yeah. Pinsir deserves some recognition. Yes, for the regular Pokeball. That's why I'm hatching a lot. So all the trade Pokemon, not for the OT as well. So the trade Pokemon are in Pokeballs, but they don't have my OT. The Safari exclusives are in Safari Balls. They need to be in Pokeballs. And then anything else is just, you know, if I need a duplicate that's not available otherwise, I'll breed it. Pinsir was there for you during those dark times, Gucci? Well, give it up. This is a Pinsir appreciation stream. We will not tolerate any Pinsir slander for the next several hours. You're trying to find your secret ID in Galar Rebel? I'm pretty sure Blissey has a video detailing that, where he fishes up some Pokemon and finds a secret ID. Maybe it'll be detailed in there. Oh yeah, you'll see a shiny today, for sure. Preferably soon. I could get it via Blissey's event. That would be interesting. I don't know. I think I do want to redeem myself for not ever successfully getting the bonus disc Jirachi before. Hell yes. Hell yes, dude. Yeah. That's a little anticlimactic of a reaction, but what can I say? I was already pretty confident about that one. But yeah. First 20 minutes, we got our shiny Eevee. Now, I did do half of it last stream, but yeah, that feels good. That's really nice. Whew, okay. We're not slowing down, people. We got to get through these. I do not want to spend eternity in the daycare or in that godforsaken underground tunnel. We got to get through this. My counter is not on screen. What do you mean it's not on screen? Well, first of all, I need to add to that counter. You can't see my counter? Oh, I don't know why I'm here. I was, not locked in. I was not focused. No more dilly-dallying. Can anyone else see or not see my counter? There should be a big ol' 340 out of 664 down there. Oh, okay, I got you. Pesky chat getting in the way, as always. Alright, Abra once again goes in the Abra box. This is what we're really doing this for, is all these Abras. That's what it's all about, really. Okay. So, I'm running low on revives, or not revives, repels, aren't I? I still got plenty probably to get through this next Eevee at least. Yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead and do the last Eevee, because after this Eevee is done, every other hatch is going to take 25 cycles or less, which is much faster. So I think it just makes sense. Go ahead and knock it out. Okay, So, if you have not witnessed this before or tuned in before, this is how the RNG works. First, I put the Pokemon in the daycare, like I just did. Then, I use a max repel, not because I'm going to get any encounters, but because the max repel will wear off after I've taken 250 steps. And an egg is always decided whether or not it's generated after 255 steps. So I walk through all of this repel, reaching 250. Then I'll walk 4 additional steps, and that is when I will save the game and reset, hoping to land on the right seed and generate the egg on the right frame to get the first half of the shiny PID. So that's what it's all about. Oh, Gucci, why would you say that? We would do no such thing to the Abras. We will honor the Abras. They will be in the PC safe and sound. No wood chippers, no violence will come to them. They are precious. Precious to me. Did we do the fossils? We have not. Are they 30, really? That's a shame. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if the fossils are 30, then that will still be significant, but it's still less than the EVs. The EVs are still the longest hatch cycles as of right now. Okay, before I do anything else, let's go ahead and figure out where exactly we're going to aim for. So this is Pokefinder. This is the breeding tab that I'm using. And I'm going to want to get all these filters cleared out. That's good. They do not seem to like each other much. And the last target I went for was 12... Oh, crap. What was it? What was my last target? Here, I can probably... Was it 1247 or 1246? That's what it was. Yeah, because that's what I have up here. Okay. So I'm just going to move on down the line to another shiny spread that is not 1246. Theoretically, I could go for the next one, but there's a risk that I could accidentally hit this one, so I want a cushion of some sort. So it looks like the next option is probably down here. Look at all these, look at all these right here. 3 different ones. I don't like that. I like 36, 37. I like this one. These are 2 consecutive. And there doesn't seem to be much around them. I'm thinking this is probably going to be my next target here. And yet, not significant weights. These are decent, but I have examples of that. Yeah, let's go for this spread right here, I think, because that gives me another frame window of grace period if I miss it. And what I could actually do... Okay, hold on. Because I didn't do this before, but I think this would be really helpful if I start there. I don't make it shiny, but I just look at... Are there frames prior to this? Or, let me see, 330, 630, 1334. Let's see. There's nothing. Okay, so what this means is if I am too early on seed, I will not get an egg, which is good. Because I only want to commit if I have an egg. So this is probably a very good target to go for that reason alone. Now, if I'm off seed, then who knows if I'll get an egg or not. But this is probably ideal. Yeah. So, actually, you know what? Hold on. I need to, let me just think about this. 12. I know I'm spending a lot of time picking the target, but hopefully it's going to save me a headache later. There's really no point in me not going for one of these, right? Because all these options are just if I have different pickup frames. So Maybe I should. 13... Let me see, 13, 14? Is there something... Is there an egg before that? There's 13, 16. Okay. So that actually would be less optimal then. Because I could be early and get the wrong egg there. And of course, that's too many options. Okay. Yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think 1336 is my next target. For sure. Makes the most sense. So, with all that being said, I'm going to do that. Hold on, let me make a note of something. 14, this calibration. $1,400 equals that calibration. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm trying to figure all this out. Just being as efficient as I can. And I think I honestly don't need this extra 200 frames here, so we'll just do 3,000 there. Okay. I think we are ready to go. So, I'm going to reset. I'm going to start the game and the timer at the same time. And I didn't like that start, so I'm going to try again. All right. And hopefully I am on seed first try and an egg is generated on frame 1336 or 1337, preferably 1336. Oh yeah, you're talking about the calls in Emerald. That is a really nice feature. Tedious to register all the trainers, but yeah, that just makes it so much better. It's already better in Emerald, but even more so. No eggs. $664 is, yes, is the number of different forms available in Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And, of course, the bonus Distrachi, I think that's the only exception, not being strictly available in the GBA games themselves. Mega Mind Face, that's exactly what I was going for. You're on it. You think I should make a video tutorial for it, Rebel? Maybe. I'll consider it. It's working out pretty well. And I do know there's a lack of resources for retail Egg RNG. Yeah, that one was definitely too early, even if I was on seed. Yeah, I think up until this point, you know, retail Egg RNG in Fire Red and Leaf Green is just... like, it's so much easier in Hoenn that, you know, most people wouldn't even consider doing it in these games. I guess the only scenario that you would is, in my case, where it matters where the eggs come from, or when, you know, someone just only owns Fire Red or Leaf Green, and considering each cart is super expensive these days, I can see how that's more and more of a concern. There's Japanese bonus to Celebi, but that is not part of my challenge because Celebi is from Johto, and I'm getting it from Heart Gold and Soul Silver, not from the Coliseum bonus disc. Okay. So, I'm saving the game right now, not knowing whether or not this is a viable thing or not. Basically, I just have to save preemptively, just in case. And now I'm going to get an Abra from Celadon, and I'm going to see, using that Abra, if I'm on seed. If I'm not, I will repeat everything I just did, again, including generating a new egg. If I am on seed, then I will move on to the next step and cross my fingers that I was on the first frame, the first correct frame. Okay, what frame should I be around? It's going to be 4,300. So I'm on seed. Okay. So this is a viable run. I was on seed and I hit an egg frame. Based on my previous track record, I likely hit my target. I could have been one frame late, but I certainly wasn't early because I double-checked there are no egg frames earlier. So I feel pretty confident that either way, we won't have to redo the first half again for this Eevee, which is very good because that can be a pain sometimes. Now I need to figure out how to hit my second half. So let's go back to this real quick. And so presuming that I hit frame 336, right? That was my target? Yeah. 336. That would make my pickup advances 3964. So that's going to be my new target frame. And I have a calibration that I've been using for the second half, but it seems variable depending on how late the target is. So I'm just going to go with this for now, and I will likely have to do at least one calibration hatch just to see how far off I am. Excuse me. But that is everything I need to go in here. And once again, we are ready to do part 2 of this. Odd question, but what on earth prompted the making of the Spin to Fighting song? The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. I don't know. I wanted to do some kind of parody song because Spinda is silly, and Spinda is based on a panda, and so I thought of Kung Fu Panda, and then I'm like, oh, well, Kung Fu Fighting, of course. So that was the logic. When's part 2 of the Double Shiny and Emerald? Never, because I don't know if you know anything about that in particular. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, or Rebel's pointing out, in the early game of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, Wally gives you a catch tutorial where he throws out a Zigzagoon and encounters a Waltz. Both of those can be shiny. The problem is you have no way of calibrating which frame you hit because you can't obtain either of those Pokemon and you can't check where you hit. So it would be completely blind. I basically have to set everything up in an emulator first, and then I would have to try to recreate it on retail. And again, I'd have no way of knowing exactly exactly how to do that. So it would basically be two blind RNGs, and also they're separate from each other. So to get them both shiny at once, it would be two frame perfect inputs, both of which you have no way of confirming where you are. So it's a no for me, for sure. Maybe one day I might play around with something like that, but definitely not dedicating the same amount of energy I did to the double shiny. Okay, my target is what? That's 6,000. That's 6,964. So probably closer to 7,000. It looks like I was probably not on seed there, so let's just try again. Oh yeah, Kung Fu Panda, hell of a franchise. Really, I would say that Kung Fu Panda 1 is a very solid movie in its own right. Kung Fu Panda 2, one of the better sequels, period, I would say. A very strong sequel. And 3's okay. 3's not bad. I've never actually sat through all of 4, but I've heard very mixed reviews about that one. Yeah, it's a good time. Really, anything with Jack Black, sign me up, please. Big fan. Also, we have Ammonite. Regular Ammonite on deck. Let's get you in the thing here. And we just need one more before we are completely done with all the non-shiny Kanto Pokemon. Isn't that exciting? That is something. The RNG train is stopped. We'll get that thing rolling again. You gotta keep... RNG is life. You gotta keep going. You think it's made for TV? Probably. They probably didn't see it worth the investment. Seems like yesterday we were doing the starters. Sure does. Time does fly. I will say that. I'm getting old. The days are blurring together. Yes, Hoenn is after Fire Red and Leaf Green. We are not doing Gen 2 because Johto is not in Gen 3. So we're saving that for the Gen 4 section, actually. Okay, what are you, synchronized? This is probably it, right? A lot of different options, but I'm definitely not more than a seed off, so this... Well, actually, that could be it too, couldn't it? But that's inner focus, so that's not it. So... Yeah, what's the math here? It's basically 7,000. So it's not this. So I think I'm on seed. So we have a run. We have an egg that we need to hatch, and while it may not be shiny first time around, it's possible. It's possible. But it is not likely that it's shiny, although it could be. And whether it is or isn't, it is still going to be helpful to know what this egg is. So I'll have this guy hatched soon, and then I'm surely going to have this this final Ammonite hatched as well. So we're moving right along. We're making some good progress today so far. If I get this shiny Eevee first go, I'm going to need someone give me a prize. Someone give me a reward, please. And speak of the devil, second Ammonite on deck already. So I am done with the multitasking, the dual hatching. We can just go on focusing completely on this. I don't know why the pictures are not loading for this right now, but that is okay. It's not important. Every day is Groundhog Day for you? You should probably get that checked out, Pocket. That doesn't sound good. I do want to get to the PC in Fire Red. If I can do that. No dilly-dallying. Hoenn is going to be a breath of fresh air. You are correct, Rebel. I'm getting Celebi from the Virtual Console. Not only because that is the only way I can get Celebi from Johto. Well, I should say, I will probably get the event Celebi via the DNS exploit in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, so that covers the entry for the regular Celebi. But the shiny Celebi will come from the Virtual Console, yes. You're correct in that. I'm just putting my newly hatched Pokemon into the box. Yeah, you all can't see this beautiful sight right now. I guess I can try to show you, but we have here, let me see. This full boxes. All of them. What a beautiful thing. So now I'm pretty sure I never really have to play Fire Red ever again, except for trading back and forth. So Fire Red is basically completely done. Am I going to RNG all the shinies? I will RNG most of the shinies. The only time I wouldn't would basically be something like if it's, you know, given to me, like Red Gyarados, I don't need to RNG. Well, actually, no, I don't. Well, I wouldn't anyway, because Gyarados isn't part of the Johto Dex. But you know what I mean. Like, if it is like a naturally shiny Pokemon, like the Nature Preserve Haxorus, then obviously I wouldn't need RNG for that. I would just catch it. And I need the 2 pre-evolutions shiny anyway, so it's not like I'm not going to be using RNG for most of that line. But yeah, I will RNG most of them, and the only time I won't is when it's not an option. It's either RNG or a full-on shiny hunt, and I think I mentioned previously, but Celebi is one of those Pokemon, unfortunately, in the Virtual Console where I will have to full odds hunt it at 8192 shiny odds. Because there's no way to RNG it on retail Virtual Console without, you know, excessive intrusive tools that I don't want to use for 3DS RNG. So yeah, basically, if there is a free shiny at some point, I'll take it. I don't know if that will be an option because I think I'm only going to play through the original Black and White for Unova. I don't think I need to play Black and White 2. I don't own them. I could get them if I need them, but I don't think I need them. I do just have to play through... I do need... Okay, so there is one thing. I need a Japanese Black 2 or White 2 for the shiny Genesect, because that was the only way to get shiny Genesect from Unova, was through that Japanese exclusive Wi-Fi event. So I will be doing that, but I don't have to play through much of the game, hopefully, to get that going. Rebel, what do you not like about RSE RNG? What's wrong with it? I mean, sure, it's simple, but why don't you like it? Oh yeah, Pocket, I feel you. I'm not swimming in free time either. I don't have kids. That would make it even more tough, but I also work quite a bit. So yeah, make the most of what you got. Don't let all your responsibilities fall by the wayside. Not that you would. How am I doing the DNS? It's funny because the only way I've gotten it to work in the past is I have an old MacBook Air. I think it's from 2011, but it's an old MacBook Air. It barely works, but if I use my MacBook Air as a hotspot, a Bluetooth hotspot, then my DS can connect to it, and then I can use it for that. That's the only way I've been able to get it to work, is having that really old laptop. I don't need the Dream Radar for the Therian forms because I can change the genies into their forms later. And in fact, I'm pretty sure that the Therian forms from Dream Radar are shiny locked, are they not? So even if I wanted to get them just from the Dream Radar, I wouldn't be able to get the shiny versions, which is part of what I need. So I'm not even going to bother with it at all, I think. I do have the Dream Radar on my 3DS, but there is strictly no need for it. I will need to play through the original Black and White, each copy twice, to get all the genies. But that's, you know, what are you going to do? Oh, okay, like specifically compared to Gen 4 and 5, you don't like it. Well, that's fair, yeah. It is a lot more timing dependent, whereas there's more leeway in the next two gens. Oh, really? You had the same exact method? Yeah. Yeah, I haven't touched it in a while, so I need to check if it works. If it doesn't, I'll have to come up with another solution, but I'm sure there's a simpler way anyway, where I don't have to rely on a 15-year-old piece of technology. Yes, Dream Radar is useful for under-leveled legendaries, which, I mean, I'm not going to say anything definitively, but I will most likely make a video in the future about under-leveled Pokemon, and it will definitely feature the Dream Radar, so be on the lookout for that one. That is not coming out anytime soon, but that's on the back burner. Yeah, true. If I didn't want to use the event one, then I will use the Virtual Console one. But there are a lot of other things I need the DNS exploit for, such as getting the event items to get Darkrai and Shaman. Because those are natively in-game. I just need the event items, which I guess I could, I don't know, like, hack them in, but that's too far for me. It's too much. I'll also need the DNS glitch for, or not glitch, the exploit for the Gen 5 mythicals as well. Shiny Genesect, regular Genesect, 2 Keldeos, Meloetta. I think that's it. So, kind of need that to work at some point. Yeah, the closest thing that I'm going to be doing to hacking for this challenge is recreating some Gen 6 and 7 event distributions. That's pretty simple to do. I really just have to inject the Wonder Card, and then when you receive the Pokemon from the Daycare Man, it's a perfectly legal event Pokemon. It's just not legitimate in the sense that I didn't actually get the event during the time window. But for all intents and purposes, it is a identical event Pokemon to any other, in the sense that it has the same attributes. You struggled with 4, but not 5. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used it, so I can't remember all the variables there. You know what? I didn't even, I added to the counter, but I didn't check off the next evolution, so there you go. For those that want to see the list, also, it is bugging the hell out of me that these sprites here are not loading, but it's only on that section too, the section that I have things I need to fill out, but oh well. We should be getting pretty close, right? I feel like I've been here long enough. It's going to be so nice when we get Eevee done with, and apparently if the fossils are also 30 cycles, then it'll be nice to get those done with too. I guess those are the ones we're doing next, if we're going by most tedious to least. You want me to include the void glitch? Oh, I see. Catching the mythicals via the void glitch and then using Ace to make sure the information is correct. I mean, I might do something like that if I had to. I just don't think I will have to. I think whether my 15-year-old MacBook, whether it pulls through or not, I'm sure I can find some way of making the DNS work. Utah, of course, you're cooking. Always making food. But hey, good on you. I need to do more of that myself. And yes, you heard right. Fossils will probably be up next because they're the next most tedious hashes. As far as when exactly we will move on to the fossils, that's TBD. I'm not gonna hold out hope that this egg is shiny, but the calibration that I make after this egg could lead to a shiny next go around. So that's at least in the next 20 minutes. Okay. I mean, this is not going to be a shiny, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of wanted it to be, but no, we live in reality. In reality, that was not going to be a shiny, so that's fine. Yes, Utah, I understand. You got to take care of your stuff on the weekend. Makes sense. All right, I'm going to plug in the IVs quickly, and I actually think that last time there was an issue with the IVs, I might have slightly incorrect IVs for the EV, because the way that I figured out what the EV's IVs were was going and looking back at the VODs for when I caught it, but maybe I hit a method for EV or a different kind. Actually, EV was method 1 though, so it shouldn't be different. Oh well. I'm just talking in circles at this point. Anyway, we'll see what we get. Hopefully I get a concrete result with this. Otherwise, I know how to play around with it, just in case. Yeah, Rebel, we'll get there when we get there. So many things that we'll get there when we get there. So when you say the Hot Wheels movies, I have a vague memory of watching some kind of Hot Wheels movie back in the day, but I don't even know if that's real. Like, am I hallucinating that, or were there actual Hot Wheels movies that existed? Yeah, I can't think of what that sounds like, the Initial D soundtrack. While it's not the most concrete indication, the fact that this is a male Eevee is a good sign that I hit my first frame, even though males are pretty common, so it doesn't tell us much. But I at least know, by the fact that it's not a female, that I'm on track. Okay, I have my IV ranges. And we will go back into this quickly. I think it only has one ability, so I'm not going to fool with that. Okay. So let's plug in the IV ranges as they are, and if there's any issues with that, I know how to be a little bit more open about it. All right. No results, but that's fine. Here's what I can do. I can say, okay, what are the Ditto's IVs that likely transferred over? This one, probably 24. Anything else that matches up here? 6, 21, 24. This could be 8. 10, 18. Okay, I'm going to say this is 8. And the rest are open. Yeah, something's wrong with the IVs that I have for the EV, but it's fine. All right, do we get a result with these? We do. Okay. Why am I getting a result with... Oh, 1316 was the target, right? Yeah. Okay. So, based on what we were aiming for, 3964, I hit 3967. So, this is where we landed. This is what we hit. So, I will have to alter the calibration. That's why we didn't get a shiny first try. So, let's see. Let me think about that button press. Did I hit it on time like I usually do? Probably. Yeah, let's go ahead and use this for calibration. So, plug that in here. Update. 1575. Is that the same? That's the same calibration I had earlier for the other thing. Curious. Very curious. Yeah. Weird. Very, very weird. Alright, well, now we are, we know where we landed and we know how to make it better. So it's calibrated, hopefully a little bit more thoroughly here. And let's just go again. Let's try to be on seed and hit the right frame this time. Okay, so they were real. I didn't hallucinate those movies. That's good to know for my mental health. I have no memory of what they were actually like to watch. I do probably remember seeing one of them or a part of it at some point, maybe on TV. But yeah, no memory of the Eurobeats, although that does sound pretty damn cool. Bionicles, on the other hand, I watched the hell out of the Bionicles. I was a big Bionicles fan. Mask of Light, watched that many times. The sequels were fine. The second one was a prequel, right? And the third one was a sequel. Or maybe the third one was in between the prequel and the Mask of Light. I don't know. But, yeah, watch the hell out of those. Yes, Rebel Heart. Thank you for reminding me of all the Pokemon Go exclusives. Meltan, Melmetal, Roaming, Gimmighoul. Those 3 are the only exclusive to Go. I think because it's going to take me a long time to get all the way up there, I'm probably just not going to worry about it. I'll get them in a later distribution. I do have all of those Pokemon already captured. So if worst comes to worst, I will just use those that I already have, but I would like to catch them for the challenge relatively around the Gen 8 area. That would be ideal. Okay, what did I hit earlier? I hit 70, 14, so it's probably going to be somewhere close to that. All right, 70. Nothing on seed, so I did not, right? Yeah. Yeah, I was off on my seed somewhere. Yeah, Caddy, I'm pretty sure we may have watched the same Bionicle video. I watched something about the lore. It's been a minute now, but I remember enjoying it. It was a very good video. Oh, you have an incomplete collection, Utah? That's a shame. Yeah, Bionicle, very nostalgic. Reminiscent of a different time in my life. You know the person that did the Eurobeat. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Pogo either, Caddy. But I have to take advantage of some of the events and distributions from time to time, especially for those exclusives. So Awkward, let me try to answer all your questions here. First of all, nice. Enjoy your trip to Best Buy. Am I going to use the Korean shiny distribution? I think my policy with recreating events is that if they're like super exclusive, like super hard to get, then I will not recreate them. I'm mostly recreating like the more widely available ones. The Korean Shiny Diancie will probably be an exception because it's the only way to get Shiny Diancie if I'm correct on that. Pretty sure it's the absolute only way. So I may have to recreate that one. So other than those cases, I will try something else usually. Okay, I was one seed late again. I'll try that again. I don't know what it is with my mouse clicks today. They don't feel as good. So, yeah, so the Shiny Diancie is in a gray area. I may, unfortunately, have to recreate that. One of those events, even though they were really hard to get in real life, so that kind of goes against that rule of thumb. And getting Diancie from the Legends... Legends EA. Legends EA, that's what it is. Getting that one... That would count as a Diancie from Kalos, but I would prefer to probably recreate the vanilla Diancie event in original Kalos. That would be my preference. So... that's probably where I'm going to go with that one. What else did you ask? I think that was it. Yes. How hard is Golden Go to get in Scarlet and Violet? It's going to be really hard. I have to get Golden Go from a limited time Terra Raid event, which, fun fact, I actually have a save file with that event with the Wild Area News, or that's not what it's called in Paldea, but I have that saved on a file. that I can use for that specifically. So I will have to Terra Raid hunt it. And I'm not really sure how I'm going to go about that. There's ways to RNG it if I use custom firmware, but I don't know. A full odds Terra Raid shiny Gimme Ghoul would be absolutely awful as a hunt. It would be horrendous. So we will see, because I would have to do 2 of them. One for the Gimme Ghoul, one for the Golden Go. By comparison, the shiny roaming Gimme Ghoul and Go is a cakewalk. And while I would love to just go ahead and get Golden Go from Go, violates the rules. The arbitrary rules that I created for myself. Yeah, if you have movement restrictions, Go is not very friendly to you overall. Alright, where's Brave? There it is. Are we on seed yet? That would be nice to go ahead and hatch an egg. It appears that we are. Yeah. So we have another egg. Ladies and gentlemen, it is egg time. Everyone's favorite time. Yes, Rebel, all things considered, it is a terrible, terrible thing. Terra, Gimme Ghoul. Yeah, spoofing is a tricky thing with Pogo. Have to be very careful how you do it. Yeah, I wouldn't really, there isn't, for this challenge in particular, I don't think there's any real need to, like, spoof Pogo or violate anything. Because a lot of those, like, Meltan and Gimme Ghoul, you just need the items, like the mystery box for Meltan and whatever the item is for Gimme Ghoul, and they just spawn, like, wherever you are. So those are pretty accessible regardless. I just need to be playing during a window when they're available as shinies, which is not constantly, I'm aware. Oh, yeah. So with Gimme Ghoul, I guess you have to walk to make them spawn, which, I mean, I can do that. I can do that anywhere. I don't need to be in a particular area to do that. That's fine. It would be kind of funny to do most of this challenge, like, here at my desk on video games, and then, like, for only 3 Pokemon, I'm just recording myself outside, walking around, just for these Go exclusives. And we're not even going to talk about the Galarian shiny birds. That's not a subject I'm willing to address right now. I have those events from the distribution in Galar, and I'm very tempted to just use those or recreate them specifically. But recreating events on the Switch is a little bit more tricky than it is than in earlier games. Yeah, so they're limited time. It's feasible that within a given event window, I could not catch everything that I need. In which case, I would just wait for the next one and move on. Because once I get there, you know, when I start addressing the Meltan and Gimme Ghoul, we'll be in the the Gen 8, Gen 9 territory, but by then, Wind and Waves is probably going to be out. And I'm sure that's going to take some time to complete as well, with all the new Pokemon and potentially new forms there too. So there's always going to be something to invest time in, even if I have to wait for the Pokemon Go calendar. Yeah, it's a shame how tricky they were to get. I was very, because I knew how exclusive it was going to be, I was very diligent to enter the different online competitions. I think that's what you need to do for each bird, is you had to register for an online tournament, a global challenge, I think, and then as long as you completed at least one battle, you got the code for the bird. I literally just played one battle in each one just to get it. You're saying don't do it? How long did it take you, Utah, to get all 3 shiny birds? I know that the daily incense being the only way to get them is limiting, but if you hypothetically used like multiple accounts, not that I would ever do such a thing, but if you did that, you could have as much incense as you want, and then theoretically that'd give you a decent chance. Yeah, big companies, they're not really focused on the consumers of any demographic or ability. It's all about the bottom line. Pogo, more like FOMO, yeah. That's how they get you. That game is built on FOMO. Oh, check out this really cool event where you can only get this shiny for 5 minutes. Or never again. Or open the game every day, or else you'll lose everything. That's the slogan. Oh, you mean it took you that long to catch all 3 normal birds? Well, I will say that it's really hard to catch the normal Galar birds as incense spawns, but having them spawn at all isn't the rarest thing, is it? And if you get a shiny, they can't flee, so that's locked in. Yeah, all that to say, I'm not likely going to hunt for the Galar birds in Pogo. It's an interesting idea, but I think the feasibility of it is not there for this kind of venue, and also the events are right there, and they're from Galar, so they technically check more boxes than the Pokemon Go ones, except the Pokemon Go ones would be in Pokeballs, theoretically, if I caught them in Pokeballs. So... I think I could theoretically stream like me walking around doing that. I've never tested that out, but it'd be pretty spotty. I don't think I have very good reception in my area. Signal could be better, so the quality of that would be interesting. The limited time defeats the purpose for you, Caddy. I mean, it definitely makes it more frustrating. I understand, to a certain extent, why the limited time events are not wholly bad or wholly anti-consumer. But Pokemon Go specifically just takes it to a level where, yes, it's very scummy. There's an argument to be made for, like, events in the past that Game Freak has released. I'm not a fan, however, of, like, you know, this precedent of them shiny locking most legendaries and then making them event exclusive, when in the past it's been an option to just shiny hunt in the games. Like, why is that not an option? Like, sure, it'd be cool. Most people are not going to sit there and shiny hunt a legendary. So if you release a shiny event for them, that's going to be desirable to people. People are still going to want that, and they'll benefit from taking advantage of the limited time event. But you don't need to lock the in-game Pokemon so that it's not an option ever again for everyone else. So that's my soapbox. That's my my ish. Oh yeah, a lot of dubious aspects to the mobile game industry and Go specifically. I don't know, if I were to do something like spoof on a live stream, like, that's kind of risky, isn't it? Like, wouldn't somebody flag me for that or report me for that? I don't think that would be very wise. Yeah, the mythicals, so it's more justified with the mythicals because they're only available in events. So you had no other way to get them shiny anyway. But it is frustrating that they postpone releasing the shiny mythicals well after the original generation. That is annoying to me for a challenge like this, but also in general. I don't like that practice. I don't know, Utah. Sounds pretty risky to me, pretty sketchy. My Pokemon Go account, I've had it since the game launched. It was created on the first day Pokemon Go went live, so it's a pretty special thing to me, even though I'm not a big fan of Pogo by and large. I would be kind of sad to lose my account. Yeah, that is unfortunate, being locked into certain IVs. Champions has addressed that now, right? Because you don't use IVs in Champions, right? That's totally thrown out. Not that Mythicals are often used in competitive anyway. They're usually banned. Yeah, I was curious about the post-game legendaries for the Indigo Disc, why they were locked. I think it's the same reason that all the legendary encounters are locked, in that they're like an overworld spawn, and based on how statics work in Scarlet and Violet, I think it would be difficult, or not difficult necessarily, but it would be extra work for Game Freak to make shinies possible in that scenario. But maybe that's me giving them too much credit, or too much leeway. Yes, artificial scarcity. The scarcity of different colored pixels. It is the world we live in. Yeah, Unova, I mean, not that it's any worse than some future games, but Unova really set a bad precedent for locking their shiny mythicals. But again, I think it all has to do with the distribution method, because Unova didn't have the mythicals available in the game. They were just distributions. Whereas games like Gen 3 and 4, and before as well, the mythicals were catchable in the game itself. So they could be shiny, because that was before shiny locks were even implemented in most cases. Yeah, it's fun from time to time to go back. I had the most fun with Pogo when I played it with my friends. Especially in college, that was kind of a time when I had more people that would regularly play with me, and so that helped a lot. Helped me be more excited about it. I know, Rebel, no shiny Reshiram or Zekrom in Unova. Wow! Now there's something you don't see every day. Basically, first try shiny Eevee after calibration? I'm on fire today. This is exciting. I actually, I don't think I was expecting that. That's awesome. So Eevee is done. No more 35 egg cycles. That's the power of getting the hard part over with first. But like I said before, now's not the time to sit around. We got to get this done. So let's go back. Let's get this show on the road. Well, thank you, Rebel. It definitely is not easy, but I'm glad that it looks easy. You came just in time, Q. Just in time. That's my third shiny Eevee. So I don't need to do any more Eevees. We're done with those cats. All right. That feels pretty damn awesome to be done with Eevee. And I think... Oh, you know what I probably did? The reason the IVs weren't right is I probably put one of the babies in the daycare over the parent. I'm just now realizing. So that's probably what happened, but... Okay. Am I missing one? Or is this just off? I think this should be over by one. I think. Because there's male, female, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon. Okay, yeah, so I have all the Eevees. I just, for whatever reason, my box is not sorted correctly. So I'll figure that out later. So, yes. Let's do the fossils. Which fossil first, people? Ammonite or Kabuto? Which one are we starting out with? Pick your poison. And I'll go ahead and reset some of these things. What is the gender ratio of the fossils, I wonder? See if you'll tell me. Kabuto. I'm sure it's not 50-50, right? Oh yeah, it's the same as Eevee. 87.5% male, 50 or 12% female. So that's going to be good for calibrating things. I'll reset the filters in here. Okay. And let's see. All right. Aerodactyl. No, Utah. I already have a shiny Aerodactyl. I RNG'd it from the fossil guy. The only reason I have to do a second Ammonite and Kabuto is because you can only get one fossil per game. Kabuto is the right answer. Kabuto. You want Lord Helix on the downswing? Okay. I think I've made a decision. We're starting with Kabuto, and we are going to finish with Lord Helix. Everyone feel good about that? I think we can make peace with that. All right, let me just add this to the thing. Pictures are still not loading for some godforsaken reason, but all you need to know is Eevee is done. All those damn Eevees. We are done with all of them. Hell to the yeah. And our next two targets are right here. So we are ready to go there. Let me pull up this. Before I do, let's go ahead and make an egg. Then we'll figure out where to go. Shiny Kabuto is sour green apple Skittle. Yeah, it probably would hurt going down. That's true. Exactly. We need Lord Helix's blessing during the home stretch. We don't want to use that too early. Caddy, do you need to get a snack or something? One, 2, 3, 4. I will consider it, Rebel. I'm not usually the tutorial guy, but I will definitely consider it. So we hit on our last go around 13, 16. Now, here's the thing I need to figure out. And I probably should have confirmed this before I put them in, but let's just see. I've already saved, so yeah. I don't need this egg. The two seem to get along. That's what I thought. Yeah, because Kabuto is from Fire Red, so that changes this setting right here. And that's important because that will determine how often an egg is generated and will probably give us more options, but also might make it more likely we'll get false positives for our results. So I'm going to go ahead. Let's start at 1316. Shiny only. Right? Yeah, shiny only. And now let's see if we have some consecutive targets here. 36 and 37. And there appears to be a gap. Was this the one that I was thinking about hitting for Eevee? I think it was. Or was it? I have no idea. Let's just move on to something else. 51, 57, 55, 61, 65, 85, 88. Wow, this is not as many. But we have a female here. That might be worth going for, because then I know pretty definitively whether or not I hit the one I'm looking for. So why not this one? 1388 gives me a grace period, and technically if I'm like extra late, maybe I can hit that one, but probably not. And just to be sure, so 1388, if I make this 1385, is there anything before that? 1388. 1385 is an option, is 1380. I wish there was a better way of scrolling through this. All right, 1386, is that an option? 1387 is. Is that the shiny? That's 13. Okay. So this is probably not an ideal one to go for, to be frank, to be honest. So instead, I should probably go for the one in the middle, just in case I'm early. That's what I'll do. I'll go for 1389. So if I jump the gun, I'll get this one. If I don't jump the gun, I'll have this, and then there won't be an egg one frame later, I think, if all on 1390. Is that an option if I'm doing no shiny? No, it's not. Good. Okay, so this is ideal. So 13... Okay, hold on. So my target will be 1389. That is going to be the best target for me to ensure I'm not going to mess anything up, or that I have the best chance of getting it first go, which is what really matters with this. So that's my new target. I'm going to plug in my calibration that I usually use for this. And once again, I've hit Control-C when I meant to hit Control-V. Why do I do this to myself? Why, oh why? Okay. So that is all that we need to do. And we are ready. Poipole does look like it's a little tangy. Star you, star me, I see that. Switch runs double frame rate, yeah. That doesn't sound very conducive to egg RNG. I'll tell you that right now. negatory on the Eggatory. Are we going to do an evolving stream? Yes. When I've caught everything in Gen 3, I'm going to evolve them. And then line them all up all nice and pretty. And we'll bask in the glory before we move on to the next generation. Yeah, I didn't actually know that the Switch runs twice as fast. I haven't done any Switch RNG yet for those games. Okay. Possible egg town. Possible egg moment. What's next, Johto or Hoenn? Hoenn is next because Hoenn is the other Gen 3 game, and we're doing Johto in Gen 4 in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I know Awkward's excited about Kabuto. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going here. Female. Impish. And I'm looking at something 4,300, 4,400-ish. And, ooh, hold on. No, this is right. Okay, I'm on seed. I'm on seed, which means we have a potential run, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's get the other half situated. I need... If 89 is where I've hit, then 3292 is my new target. And based on the previous run, my calibration is probably going to be closer to this right here. Seems like that's working better for me than my old one. And now we jump right back in. Yeah, Ruby Sapphire can't use the wireless adapter, so that's not applicable there. Am I using Cute Charm in Gen 4? I will not be abusing Cute Charm for most everything, but I might use it for a handful of Pokemon. It might be fun to showcase that as part of this. I wouldn't say Cute Charm makes RNG easier. It makes the targets you're going for more specific or a smaller variety. You want to see me do the roaming laddie perfect with wireless adapter? It's a tall order. Yeah, please join in the fun. Gen 4 is very low stakes, very comfortable RNG territory. And my target is 6,300-ish, so I was not on seed there. Seems like I was one late. I will say I've been very lucky hitting my seed on the first try, because otherwise I'd have to recreate the egg every time, which takes a lot of extra time, so I'm glad I don't have to do that. No, Rebel, I'm not really prioritizing IVs at all, with the exception of some of the legendaries. I got all 3 birds with pretty solid stat spreads and shiny in this game. And my target Mewtwo is also going to be pretty dang good for what it is. But outside of those, I'm just getting random shinies for all the entries. Gen 3 is a special time. Right, yeah, IVs have basically become irrelevant in the competitive scene. But it's still applicable. I mean, IVs were never super important to an individual playthrough in a game. You can usually make it work with whatever level you're at, or with the EVs, but yeah, IVs can still be important for that. I have mixed feelings about them doing that, removing the IVs, but I don't wholly disagree with that decision, especially when the goal is to make Pokemon more accessible, or competitive Pokemon more accessible to a wider audience. I was 1 seed early that time, looks like. I think the decision makes sense. I don't necessarily love it, but I think it makes sense. It does devalue, like, RNGing for good IVs in earlier games and transferring them up. That makes it less of a thing. But some people just like to have, like, the best version of a Pokemon with the perfect IVs, even if they're not relevant for competitive play. That's just something people like, so... Yeah, they're definitely important for, like, battle facilities, that's true. Yeah, the breeding in Gen 3 in general can be a headache. So it's nice that that's not a requirement anymore. Utah, why don't you take a break? You've been productive enough. I see that queue. Yeah, especially because, like, marks, the only way to get them is to catch Pokemon in the wild. So you can't breed for them. So it's maybe an inverse of, in the past, what's made a Pokemon rare or special. Before, you'd probably have to breed to get, like, a good Pokemon or the one you're looking for. Now you have to look for it, like, actually hunt it to get that mark or that shiny or whatever it is. Or the size, too, like Jumbo or Teensy. All that stuff, all those characteristics. That's what makes Pokemon more rare now. Man, I'm not hitting my seat anymore, am I? But again, if there was a time for me to be missing the seat, it would be now, not the first half. First half would be much worse. You got the zest going. Zesty floor. Yeah, breeding will be so much easier in RSE, comparatively speaking. Oh, I had no idea about the cherry incense. Well, never mind. You gotta keep that energy going then. You can't lose that. That's true, yeah. Who knows how much energy we'll have day to day. Make use of it. Appreciate it. Yeah, I too am very concerned about coordinating the right Pokeball, catching my Pokemon in. Makes all the difference. Uh-oh. That's not good. So, Rebel, the difference is Ruby and Sapphire works exactly like Fire Red and Leaf Green works in that it's a two-part system. Except in Ruby and Sapphire, it's the same initial seed every time. So it's a single frame perfect thing, and I can check it relatively quickly. So that's not a problem at all. Emerald, the PID is generated when the egg is generated in one go. So it's only one frame perfect input, and then I can immediately check if it's shiny or not. Although that does limit my PID varieties, so I will probably be doing some Ruby and Sapphire egg RNG over Emerald for that reason. Okay, what is this? Inner focus? Yep. Do I need to, I don't need to use into rare candy on this, do I? 6,300. Is there anything else close to this? 65. 64. Yeah, I'm probably on seed. Okay. It's egg time, people. Eggs on eggs on eggs. Kurt needs to come out of retirement. Damn right. Yeah, the body can be a stubborn thing, can't it, Caddy? Am I beating Heart Gold and Soul Silver before RNGing? So, let me think about this. I only need to play through Heart Gold and Soul Silver once, right? Because you can get both legendaries in both games, so I just need to get Ho-Oh and Lugia in one playthrough and Shiny Ho-Oh and Shiny Lugia in the other. Same with the dogs. Or, sorry, I shouldn't call them dogs. The legendary beasts. One game, I get all of them normal. One game, I get all of them shiny. And between that, there's no other legendaries in Johto, right? Celebi's an event. And everything else is a normal wild Pokemon. So, yeah, I will probably beat each game first. Or I'll probably do it like I did with Fire Red and Leaf Green, and that I'll do one playthrough where I'm prioritizing the normal catches, and the other where I'm prioritizing the shinies. That's probably the move. Yeah, I will probably save the shiny playthrough for the second one, not the first. So that answers your question, I think. Yeah, Rebel, that's the thing. With Emerald, it's simpler because it's the PID, then it's the IV separately, but that does mean that you have less leeway or less options between the two in terms of PID. What spreads are going to be shiny versus not. You're a Love Ball fan? Luxury Ball all the way, but if we're talking about Apper Balls, the Friend Ball, I think, is really neat. I'm a big fan of the Friend Ball. It adds a little pizzazz that I don't think many other Pokeballs get to. Maybe the closest thing would be like a Net Ball, or not a Net Ball, a Safari Ball / a Nest Ball. Those are also kind of greenish, but even so, Friend Ball, I think, is very, very unique. And I'm a fan of it. Yeah, that's the rare balls, especially luxury balls. They're hard to get without copying them. I usually just use the cloning glitch at the battle tower rather than Ace. Yeah, that's a good point. No alternative purple Pokeballs other than the Master. I guess that's what makes the Master extra special. Am I using Elm Calls? I will probably have to use Elm Calls, depending on how I go about it. When I release the Legendary Beasts, that will make the Elm Calls irrelevant, because I can use their locations to confirm whether or not I landed on the correct frame. But prior to that, Elm Calls will probably be necessary if I choose to do the RNGs prior to releasing the beasts. Irwin does beat Elm, yes, but you also have to get to a certain point in the game to log Irwin's number, so at that point I might as well just use the beasts instead. You can use either, but I believe Elm you need to have gotten Pokerus, really? That's the only time you can call Elm, is when that happens? Oh yeah, water types have way too many Pokeball options. They're 100% spoiled. Why is he so excited about a call from a 10-year-old? Caddy, you're asking too many good questions. Yeah, I guess the closest thing to an alternative purple ball would be the Dream Ball. They did, in Sword and Shield, the Dream Ball became pretty accessible. Of course, a lot of Pokemon were locked out of that game, so still quite a few that can't be caught in a Dream Ball. I guess Paldea added it too, so that increases the list, but there's still plenty. First recorded case of Pokerus. I doubt that that would ever be something we could find. How would we even verify such a thing? You know? I'm sure that the first person that ever got it, like, told their friends at school, and they're like, oh, guys, my Pokemon has a virus, and, you know, the X, Y, and Z, and they're probably like, you're full of it. What are you talking about? This is the Mew truck all over again. Well, since I'm starting these playthroughs from scratch, it certainly would be a headache to get Pokerus just for that. I don't know if this is actually true, but when I was first playing Sword and Shield, I was under the impression that Dusk Balls were extra effective in raids because you were in a cave or whatever. So I caught most of my raid Pokemon in Dusk Balls. So that got old for me. The Dusk Ball, I do like it, but I think I overused it in that case, and now I'm a little less enthusiastic about it. Well, awkward. If that's the case, then I will almost certainly not use Elm Calls and will instead release the beasts first before I do any other wild RNGs. I suppose I could set up Cute Charm in the Shiny file and then use Cute Charm to get most of my targets prior to that. That would be an option too, and it would be a lot faster. Yeah, statistically, that's a lot rarer than a shiny Pokemon, so it is interesting when that happens. Wouldn't Q-Charm be a lot of PID clones? If I abused it, yes, it would result in a lot of PID clones. There is some variety in there, though. I suppose you have a point in that I don't necessarily have a way of checking between Q-Charm Pokemon which one is drawing from the same PID and which one isn't. So I'll have to be careful with that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've also only had Pokerus one time. One time, without it being given to me by an already existing Pokerus. You just have your life together, it sounds like, Utah. Making us all feel like scrubs. This is taking a minute, isn't it? I guess the fossils are while they're less than Eevee, they're still pretty substantial in their egg cycles, aren't they? I do wonder what the next highest egg cycle count is, because I'm pretty sure there were some that were 25. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that's a very common phrase that normal people use. To a sob. You do be dwelling. Now is the time to dwell. In the physical sense, not the ruminating on negative thoughts sense. Yes, I think we have no issue continuing to dwell. You do what you need to do. It is hard to remember all those things from childhood, you know. Like, it may be the case that I did get Pokerus earlier on when I was first getting into Pokemon, but I didn't know anything about it, so I might have just totally missed it, or totally didn't realize what happened. Yeah, I feel you. We're basically keeping you accountable, right? Oh yeah, no worries. You don't need to be totally locked in. That's my job. It only matters if I'm locked in, not if you are. Because if I'm not locked in, this will carry on for much longer than it should. This feels like it's taking, I dare say, even longer than Eevee. Now, I haven't actually, like, timed it. Maybe that's just in my head, but this feels pretty long. Yeah, the details get fuzzy over the years. Okay. Just as I was starting to complain, we have it. And as much as we'd love a first try shiny, we do usually need some kind of calibration beforehand. So this is male, so I wasn't one frame early on the first half of the egg, which is probably a good thing. It means that I was either on target or something else happened. So I have a good feeling about that. This is quiet. And allow me to plug in the IVs quickly so that I can figure out where exactly this is. There is no legitimate way to get Shadow Scizor in English Coliseum. You can hack through the door to that special room, and all the stuff is still there. The stuff is there that can generate it. It's just not accessible legitimately. Yeah, you missed the last Eevee. I got it done in record time. That's probably the fastest from start to finish. That's the fastest egg RNG in this game I've ever done. Which we needed. We needed that, especially after the whole stream dedicated to Lickitung. We needed an extra win there. So. And we're still well on track with this as well, with these fossils. I would never expect to get it first try. That's ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. How many eggs do we have left? When we are done with Kabuto, we will have 10, I think. I have to look at that, but... Okay. I got some IV ranges. Let's plug them in. This is a male. We're not going to mess with its ability, because I'm pretty sure it only has one anyway. And no results again, really. I might have the IVs wrong for this too, somehow. Which I don't understand why I would, but... don't worry, there's still a way to do this in that... yeah, well, yeah, if I say this is 8... it's not going to be super precise, but hopefully this is enough. Let me just going to say that those... okay. Yeah, the Ditto passed on its 8 defense. We know that for sure. 1381? Really? 1381. Oh, wait. No, 3292 was the target. Wait, no. What was my first target? What frame was I aiming for? And this is 3292. 90. 3255. $3290. $339. Okay, 32. Yeah, apparently I can't go any lower for that. So it's 1387. Okay. So I either hit for my first frame 1381. Wait, what was my target? My target was 89, right? Yeah, so never mind. Ignore everything I just said. 1389, 3290. It appears I was 2 frames early. That's what it appears to be. So once again, target's 3292. I'm going to say, I'm going to calibrate by 1 there. So I'm going to say I hit 3291. Update. And we go again. Hope for the best. Very strange with this whole not getting results with the IVs. I don't know why that is. Very curious. But yeah, I feel pretty confident that I hit 1389, because otherwise I would have hit 1387 2 frames early, which is odd. And, yeah, I don't know. All right, let me see if I can catch up here. Do I think you'll nature or ability hunt for any favorite Pokemon of mine for personal favoritism, or is speed the name of the game? I mean, speed is a big consideration just because I don't know how long I have to do this. Because home compatibility for Gen 7 and below is not going to last forever. So I need to get through these as quick as I can. So that's always a priority, but I try to add some interesting targets, like the legendaries, you know, the birds. I didn't have to get them with good IVs. I probably won't use them super prevalently. Same with Mewtwo, but I think it's nice, you know? It makes the legendaries a little bit more valuable. So, yeah, I don't know if I would hunt for specific natures, per se. I don't know if I care about natures as much. If it was like a one-off Pokemon, like a single target that I was going for, that I really wanted, I might be more specific with that kind of stuff, but for this challenge, probably not. Yeah, you should do Sneasel and Kahlo. It's not too bad. It's very doable, even for a novice at Kahlo RNG. Okay, I'm looking for, once again, 30 or 6,300, and I'm not getting a result, so I was not on seed. Yeah, I've heard about that. That guy that RNG'd every Shadow Pokemon Shiny in Kahlo. That guy's a loser. Is this the worst egg RNG in history? It might be, actually. I don't know. It just might. I always found the idea of doing all the unknown in these games to be pretty intimidating, but you don't think it was too rough, Rebel? Yeah, I'm hoping Gen 6 is redeemable because I will probably need to make a lot of shiny eggs in Gen 6. And at least there's Masuda Method, you know, when all is said and done. I hope I don't have to rely on that, but... Boring but not bad. Maybe that's worse. Maybe boring is worse than hard. I've gotten really bad at spotting the natures on this list for some reason. You'd think I'd be more familiar with it as time goes on. Okay. Egg time. Tiempo para los juegos. Or not juegos. Huevos. That is what it is. I don't speak Spanish, by the way, so don't judge me. Here we go again. Some high-octane egg hatching. Yeah, I always thought Unknown were strange. I have seen the third Pokemon movie, and they play a role in that. A confusing role, but a role nonetheless. Did anyone time the last egg hatch? Do we have a pretty good idea of the time frame? Because 40 cycles with Chansey was like 17 to 18 minutes. 35 cycles was 15-ish minutes, so this is probably what, like 12 to 13? Yeah, the third movie was strange, for sure. It confused me as a child. I'm not gonna lie. I was confused. Just think, if this is shiny, then we probably only have to hatch two, well, it's probably going to be a minimum of 2 Ammonite eggs to get that shiny. So that's a collective 26, 29. That's a collective 39 minutes of egg hatching. And when that's done, we can move on to the other eggs that are a lot shorter, where it's only like 10 minutes max to hatch the eggs. So that's something. Oh yeah, Princess Mononoke is excellent. Very thematically relevant to people versus nature, or not existing in harmony. I do like the Celebi movie for that. To be honest, you know, other than the first movie, the third, and that movie, I don't think I've seen any other Pokemon movies. I owned the Celebi one, or the Suicune Celebi one, on VHS, and I remember watching it a lot. So if I had to pick a favorite, I'd say that's the one. I never actually saw the 2000 movie, the second one. Heard mixed reviews on that. You all seem to like it, so maybe I'm just talking to a bunch of haters. Oh yeah, that's true. Raikou never got a film centered around it. It was only Entei in the third movie and Suicune in the Celebi movie. Destiny Deoxys was pretty good. Yeah, I guess because I wasn't like a Pokemon fan when I was younger. I just happened to have movies here and there, and some cards here and there, and watch some anime sometimes, but there wasn't a through line. I didn't see everything Pokemon related, so I have some gaps for sure. You know what's funny is I actually do remember going to movie theaters for the Yu-Gi-Oh movie so I could get the Pyramid of Light card, because I was initially a Yu-Gi-Oh fan before I was a Pokemon fan, and that was actually the bigger craze in my elementary school, was Yu-Gi-Oh before Pokemon. So I did go to the movie for that, and I got the Pyramid of Light, and that was sweet. And then I traded my Pyramid of Light card for like something super, like super lame. I think it was like Harpy's sisters or something. Because an older kid was like taking advantage of me there. And I only realized it was a bad trade after the fact, so it was too late. Too late to get it back. But I hear that those Pyramid of Light cards aren't super rare anyway. They were pretty widely distributed, so I don't feel too bad about it. Did you play at a regional tournament, Rebel? There are, of course, all kinds of stereotypes of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh players, which may or may not be true. But that sounds like an interesting experience. Yeah, the Sphinx cards. I can't remember if I got one of those too, or if I just gave away my Pyramid of Light, and then the Sphinx I probably lost at some point. I did not play Duelist of the Roses or Capsule Monster Coliseum, no. Okay, I see you, Q. A real duelist in our presence. It's hard not to be sweaty about Yu-Gi-Oh if you're truly into it. Because yeah, that's the thing, Caddy, with like the barrier to entry is really high. You have to get a lot of expensive cards to have a competitively viable deck. Wow, even Nationals, that's cool. You don't say, you don't say. Well, I trust your senses there, Q. It checks out. I did hear about that, the shower rule, or the, I guess it's like, maybe it's not specifically showering, but it's like just personal hygiene or whatever. Maybe it is showering, I don't know. But some kind of personal hygiene standard is welcome in that situation. Yeah, same Pocket. I've never been a player, a competitive player. I've always liked just collecting. Thankfully, I'm not super into collecting Pokemon cards, because if I was, I would have no money at the moment. Absolutely none. Yeah, it doesn't sound like my kind of scene, Rebel. Not really anxious to be in or around that energy. I've heard about Peter Cheng, yeah. That's kind of funny. Yeah, is Master Duel the online dueling platform? I'm pretty sure my brother plays that. If anything else, we can respect consistency, right? Or I guess we don't have to respect it, but we can appreciate it. Yeah, it's a special environment. Things come out you didn't even know were there. Yeah, there's honesty and then there's douchebaggery. I think there's a clear line that most people ideally wouldn't cross. Yeah, I'm sure, Caddy, you probably have a better idea than what the video portrays. I feel like, and this has probably been always true, but I feel like my algorithm has been saturated with a lot of cheating scandals in video games lately. And I think one of the reasons that's the case is I watch those videos. Because they're very entertaining, hearing about all the scandals. Okay. Second time's the charm, right? Dude! Hell frickin' yeah, dude. um, yeah. That's all right. I'll take that. Well, we are flying through these at a rate that I did not think was humanly possible. But here we are. We're getting these done. Sheesh. This is exciting. We might be done with these eggs soon after all. I'm not going to be damned to 4 Island forever. All right. That feels very good. Yes, exactly. Another Abra for the collection. That's what we were doing all this for, don't you know? Magic Mush? No, I'm not familiar. Maybe that'll be something I check out in a little bit. Because that is my jam these days. Cheating scandals. Where are the fossils is the question. In the PC. Where art thou? They're after Porygon. And Porygon... Oh, I'm not even in the right box. There we go. So Kabuto is... No. Kabuto is second. Alright. Kabuto is Kabudon. And as promised, Lord Helix will bless us. That is after I put the real prize back here. The Abra. Okay, so let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 shiny eggs left. I have to do 4 Rhyhorn, unfortunately, for the male and female Rhyhorn and Rhydons. And then everything else, of course, is just a single go. So. Oh, before I do this, counter 1 up. And this is checked off. Now for you, my guy. My lord. Thank you, Pretend Passing. And thank you, Q. Thank you, Awkward. Whew. Can I keep this up? How many have we got the Eevee? We got 2 Eevee and we got the Kabuto. So we've already hit my record for most shiny eggs in one stream. But what would really be the cherry on top is if I got 3 full egg cycles completed in one stream. Because I already did half the Eevee last stream. So if we get this next one, it'll be 3.5 full egg RNGs in one go, which will far exceed my expectations for what was possible with Fire Red and Leaf Green egg RNG. Perhaps it is truly something that you can get better at. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perhaps it is truly possible to do this in a semi-feasible manner. Okay. Trying to think about... My last target was 1387, right? No, it was 1381. No, 1391. No, 1389. Jesus. Okay. So this is 1389. So I need to pick a target that's after that. Let me just reset the filters. Okay, and that is 31, 0. All right, go to the top. So 1389 is Dunzo. Let's just put that in here. And this range can be whatever it wants to be. 5,000. We'll go up to. All right. So, first of all, what are these compatibilities here? They don't seem to get along very much. That is important for me to know. So that changes things in terms of the options. But look at that. I have 3, 4, 5. All these spreads all in a row. So it just makes complete sense to go for the one in the middle. And that will be perfect. That will be perfect for what we're doing. So 1404 is my target. Let me save this calibration for later, just in case I want to use it. And it seems like my calibration for the first half is consistent, so I don't know why that didn't copy over. Hello, sir? Can you do what I want, please? Okay. So, here's to another one. Another one. Exactly, Utah. Rhyperior will be caught in Sinnoh because Rhyperior is a Sinnoh Pokemon. It is not an alternate form of an existing Pokemon. It is a completely new thing, exclusive to Sinnoh. But thank you for keeping me in check. I do miss things sometimes. I feel like it's a pretty common reference. So that makes sense why you'd put energy into making that. Perhaps I should do something similar. That's quite ominous. Excellent. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. It's not a big deal, but if I miss this Abra RNG, I can always figure it out one way or another. Oh, you guys. Wait, hold on. No, this is different. I thought I hit an Abra that I've hit before, but apparently not. This is male. This is timid. Oh, wrong HP. All right, what is my thing? It's 3,400. No, maybe it's this one, 36. This is probably it. Okay. Oh, wait, no. This is inner focus. No, this is it. Yeah. You know, it's 40. Okay. No, I'm confusing myself. Okay. On seed, we have a viable target. And because of the thing that I aimed for, the spread, I think I have a pretty good chance of having at least one of these three right here, all of which will produce a shiny, so I don't think I'm going to have to redo the first part under any circumstances. But I do need to know which one I hit, because all of these are different, although this one's pretty close, but not close enough to get. So I'm going to assume I hit the middle one here. That's the one I was aiming for, which means I'll use this for my calibration. For my target, and my calibration, I will add in from the one I used earlier, because maybe, just maybe, I can use a single calibration for all these, although it seems like it changes from target to target. So I don't know what that's about, but I digress. It's been smoking. Are you near the wildfires in the Northeast, Rebel? I will take any rain, because, at least for a moment, it's a little bit cooler than this very intense heat that we've been getting this summer. It's more muggy, but it's not quite as hot. Oh, nice. Well, that sounds delicious. I hope it turns out the way that you want it. Yeah, I'm sure some of us could use rain more than others. Okay, mental note, I'm going after 1404. Do not forget that. Two seeds late. What a disaster. What a travesty. Oh yeah, North Carolina. It's hot and steamy, isn't it? Indiana, I'm sure, is also pretty bad. Yeah, I think most are struggling because of these high temps. With no particular end in sight, unfortunately, especially for future seasons. It's a little bit of a depressing topic. We probably don't need to get into that, but... That was weird. The sound was cut off a little bit there. That's strange. Oh, damn. Too early. But let's see. I can probably figure out what it is. Yeah. Let me see here. Let's see. The target's over 2,000. Oh, I can... Yeah. I was on seed. Okay. Once again, it is egg time. And in some plane of reality, this could be the very last 30-cycle egg I hatch. That plane of reality is likely not this plane of reality. But maybe, just maybe, I got this first try. If Lord Helix is smiling down on us. If I have its blessing. If not, then, you know, we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. I think, I've only had to calibrate once with each egg, right? I haven't had to do multiple. Which, is pretty unprecedented. That's pretty exceptional that I've been able to get away with that. Excuse me. A little stuffy today. While we're doing this, I'm going to check the egg cycles for the rest of the targets. Just to see if there's anything above 20 cycles, which is the standard. I think I have it here somewhere. Okay, yeah, I have the list here. So, just to keep everything on track. So, Rhyhorn, of course, is 20. That's the standard. Kangaskhan is 20. Mr. Mime is 25. Okay, so Mr. Mime's a little bit higher. for whatever reason. Why the hell is Mr. Mime higher? Jinx is also 25. Okay. So Jinx and Mr. Mime, they want to be difficult. Tauros is 20, so Tauros is still the standard. And is that everything? Let me just look at the... Excuse me, look at this list here. Jinx, Mr. Mime, Tauros, Kangaskhan. Yeah, that's it. So if we are to follow the same pattern as before, then we will either do Mr. Mime or Jinx next, because those are the next two highest egg cycles. But they're only 25 cycles instead of 30, 35, or 40. So we're still getting a little bit faster with each one, thankfully. Out of those two, out of Jinx or Mr. Mime, what are we saying? Which one next? They are both notoriously creepy Pokemon. You want Jinx, personally? Gotcha. Caddy votes Jinx. Annoying quirk of this is that when we breed the Jinx, it's going to hatch as a Smoochum, the pre-evolution, but I'm not getting Smoochum until Heart Gold and Soul Silver for the Johto entry, so I will eventually evolve it before it gets transferred. But it will hatch as a Smoochum. I cannot hatch it as a Jinx, unfortunately. How was Jinx your first ever shiny, Caddy? Jinx has historically been very difficult to get as a shiny, especially in Kanto. But you both say Zinx, okay. Anybody else feel like we should do the mime first? Excuse me. Or are we saving the mime for last because it is so beloved? We got some mime enjoyers, some lime green mime enjoyers out there. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Because, yeah, in gold, it was a wild encounter. Still, though, the fact that that was your first shiny is nuts. Like, I doubt that's anyone's first shiny other than you. I'd be very surprised if that was a common one. Yeah, Red Gyarados does not count, of course. I mean, I guess, if you want to be technical, if that was your first shiny, that was your first shiny. But most people would say that then, if they started with Gen 2, or if they played it when they came out. Yeah, Gen 2 was pretty special. Especially when you compare it to the original Red and Blue. Gen 2 added so many features that enhanced the experience, I think, compared to the original experience. So just a very good sequel game, or series of games. Rhyhorn, excuse me, is a very cool first shiny. What was your first shiny, Shargo? If we haven't already talked about it, I can't remember. Yeah, Zubat, Golbat, Tentacool, Geodude. These are all very common first shinies for a lot of people, myself included. I'm in the Tentacool crew. Oh, yeah. So you're a part of the Tentacool crew as well, Shargo. Yeah, I would say, for the most part, Gyarados doesn't count. So Tyrogue, that's really cool. Because even though the odd egg is boosted, like, it's a random species, and you only get one, so you could miss out on the shiny. So, that's pretty solid. What's the plan for Arceus? Yes, BDSP, best games ever made. It's the only time I can catch a shiny Arceus outside of a very, very rare event that isn't even in its home region or generation. So yeah, BDSP Arceus is the way to go. Your first RNG was Cresselia? That's cool. My first RNG was Ho-Oh in Heart Gold. Oh yeah, that Caddy, that's unfortunate. Why did you I guess Tyrogue is exclusive, so you had to get it from the odd egg, and that's why you had to reset? I don't exactly understand the logic behind that. Yeah, the shiny Chansey hunt in the Safari Zone is pretty demonic. It's pretty awful. Tepic, I see you. A person of culture getting a shiny Emboar. Very classy. Mudkip, classic. Hoenn starter, RNG is I think that's a pretty big entry point for a lot of people. Yeah, Rebel, I'm going to have to do the exact same thing. I have to play through all of BDSP and all of Legends Arceus, although In that game, I do need it for other Pokemon, the Hisui Mons, but... And I love that game, so I don't mind playing it again, but... yeah. Having to beat BDSP just for Shiny Arceus is annoying. $60 Shiny Arceus, correct. Alright, Egg. It's about time. Show me what you got. Show me. Please. There you go. All right, Lord Helix. First shiny. No. That's fine. I ask too much of Lord Helix. I ask way too much. First try shiny. Truly unprecedented. Okay. Yeah, RNG in PLA is, it's special, and that's probably another exception to the RNG rule. I may just hunt them with the in-game mechanics, because that will be fast enough on its own. Okay, IVs acquired. Let's see what we've got. Oh, that might be just like a natural 31 IV. That's interesting. No results again. Okay, I don't know why this is being difficult, but perhaps all of my IVs for all my Pokemon are just wrong. For whatever reason. But not to worry, I still have a way to deal with this. Alright, 8. Not 24. And not 6. Okay, so the rest of these are going to be 0 to 31. And now 14, let's see, 1402. Okay, so I did not hit before my shiny frame, hopefully. And I should be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2315, so let's look for results. 2300 to 2400. Interesting. So I could have hit this, which is on frame, but one early for the shiny frame. What about other targets here? 14, 23, 1404. Okay, you all, it looks like I hit the early shiny frame in my range, which is okay, because it means I still don't have to worry about that. Because, yeah, 1404, the earliest result here is... That's too late for whatever I hit. And if I go to 1406, which would be extra late, even so, I go to that first result and it's 24, not 23, nowhere close. So this is what I hit initially. So I was one frame early on the shiny, first half of the shiny, but because I've set this up the way that I have, I can still use this. All that means, though, is I now need to change my target to the pickup frame that will make this one shiny rather than the other one. So let me go ahead and remind myself what that is exactly. Okay, so at 1403, the shiny frame is 2371, which is actually really close to this. And since I was on target with... It's wild because if I had hit this one, I would have got a first try shiny, which is insane. But I hit this one, so the best we can hope for is a second try. That is the nature of Egg RNG, but I really can't complain. That's still really solid, and I don't have to redo the first part, which I'm extra happy about. Blissey removed their video on the Galar Shiny ID, really? I wonder why. Or is it just like for members or something? Yeah. Going back to our next target, even though we're not moving on yet, it does sound like we want to do Jinx first, or Zinx, so I will go ahead and commit to that. We'll do Zinx. Well, of course, using a bot's going to be easier, but if you're a purist like myself in most cases, you're not going to want to use any external bots. You're going to want to do what you can with just the game and external tools, or referencing external tools. Still putting in some serious work, Caddy. Good for you. All right, what's my target again? It's 35. Oh, wait, no, it's 5,300 something. And that seems like too much. 59? It's inner focus. It's probably this one. Yeah, it's probably one seat early. Go off, able-bodied. Hell yeah. Yes, PLZA is in fact crypto secure. I think it's not going to be that big of an issue for most things on the Switch. Other than the Regis from Galar and maybe a handful of other niche cases, the in-game shiny hunting methods are going to make it feasible for me to just do everything without RNG, I believe. So that's not going to be awful. So yeah, especially in PLZA, there's so many shiny hunting strategies and whatnot. Or not strategies, I should say, but the shiny rate is pretty forgiving with the way that you can reset things and lock in your shinies. Also, what even is unique to PLZA? There's no new forms, right? I don't even think I need to play PLZA for this challenge other than to complete the game to get the shiny Volcanion. Right. AZ's Floette and Shiny Volcanion. Those are the only two. Which I guess does mean, yes, I will have to play it. And complete it. For the most part. So, yay. Yay me. So excited. Not on seed either. Yeah, I've heard about the grind for Floette. I hope it's not awful, or I hope there's ways of getting around it a little bit. The home mystery gifts really have me in a bind because for things like Keldeo, where I need 2 of them, and you can only get shiny Keldeo from the home reward of completing the Sword and Shield decks. I'm pretty sure that means I have to have at least 2 home accounts, and in each home account I need to deposit all the Sword mods. So I really only need to complete the game once with all the Pokemon in it, and just deposit it in 2 separate accounts, which I don't know how feasible that is or how easy that is to do. Ooh, you know what? I'm just going to redo all that because I didn't even like that button press. And we definitely don't want to put... We don't want to put too much time into a run that is likely not even it. Yeah, the Volcanion shiny is very interesting. Very gaudy, I would say, is the best way to describe it. And yeah, you know, the fact that it's from home, it's whatever. It's the only shiny Volcanion ever, so we'll take it. It's the same deal with the shiny Zekrom and Reshiram. I can never get them from Unova. And so the earliest would be Oras. Oh, okay, so it's profile dependent. I can change it up. That's good. That'll make it pretty feasible then, I think. Yeah, are the starters... The starters are pretty elusive, aren't they? Compared to most spawns. I know Froakie sits on that pillar in that one courtyard. And I think Fennekin is like on a roof or something. And Chespin burrows. By the time we get to ZA, I am sure there will be some optimizations I'll take advantage of. Certainly people will come up with something by then. Still no dice on the seed. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. BRB. One second. Yeah, I'm sure a turbo controller helps out a lot. The time limit on the wormholes, yeah, that sounds pretty stressful. Could get you into a rough situation there. It is a shame that for the donuts you can't reset. It automatically saves when you make them, so you have to spend a lot of in-game time or real time and resources to get those. Oh, you can use the backup save? Okay. That's a little better then. Annoying, but that's better. $23, so that's 5,300, 5,400. Yeah, one seed late. Which ones are shiny locked? I know that the legendaries in the wormhole aren't that you can get, like the Swords of Justice and the Lotties. I know they're not shiny locked. Okay, yeah. Locking Keldeo sucks. Meloetta, yeah. Although they want to keep that home gift, Meloetta. They want to make sure that's the only way to get shiny Meloetta. And Hoopa makes sense, of course, because that's the gift for that game. Shiny locking Hoopa doesn't make a lot of sense to me because there's still no way to get shiny Hoopa. And, yeah, I just think it should have been huntable at least in ZA. Damn, there's more mythicals in there than I thought. On the one hand, it's nice that it's a source of a lot of mythicals, because generally mythicals are tough to get, but annoying that they're all shiny locked. Sheesh, one seed late again. I'm stalling now. Yeah, Kelio's definitely a mythical. A mythical with 2 forms, I might add, which is why it's a bit of a headache for me. Yeah, especially certain mythicals are more accessible than, you know, something like box legendaries. Like Zacian and Zamazenta. They're easier to get than... Or they're harder to get than probably like something like Genesect. Or Keldeo. I think it's just precedent at this point. The mythicals have been excluded forever, and they're gonna stay excluded. Wonderful. I finally hit my seed. So we may have a shiny Helix on our hands. Just might. Only one way to find out. They are pretty notorious for that, aren't they? Questionable choices that no one understands. Very good way of putting it. Oh, I'm sure, you know, if you were to sit in on some of that logic, it would all be basic marketing strategies and corporate legalese, you know, nothing that really is tied to player experience. What do you mean you can't RNG outbreaks for female Basculin? Or Basculegion? Like I was saying earlier, I may not even need to use RNG manips at all for PLA because the outbreaks are so effective at getting shinies. The outbreaks only spawn males. Really? That is insane. What about the massive mass outbreaks? Because I'm pretty sure I've seen wild shiny female Basculegion before. Or I've seen Basculegion female in massive mass outbreaks. Are those not affected? Yeah, that's what I figured. Even if there is an issue with regular mass outbreaks, you can get both in massive mass outbreaks, which have a lower shiny chance, of course, but are still common enough that I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Yeah, having to do permutation hunts with skittish Pokemon is not fun. I've tried it, and it sucks. I hope to never have to do it. But based on my future aspirations, I most certainly will at some point. Yeah, smoke balls are a major key, sticky blobs, even just mud. These are important items for any PLA playthrough. It is kind of funny because if you've ever used the snowballs, they're a lot easier to get because they're like in piles all around the northern part of the map, but they're less effective than anything else as in terms of like melee or whatever you call it. And so, but they're so easy to get, so a lot of times I'll just like stock up on snowballs, and then when I'm trying to down in alpha or something, I'll just like chuck snowballs endlessly, and after like 20 snowballs, it'll finally take a break. You know, it's honestly a little depressing thinking about playing a game like PLA versus doing this in Fire Red. Kind of wish I was doing that instead. One day I'll get there. It is really fascinating that you can do that in PLCA, where you knock it out first, and then you can save, and it's still there. Like, it's still in that state when you open the game. I mean, I like that that's the case, because that reduces your chances of failing something. But it's just a little clunky. It's a little bizarre. Yeah, it seems like it's a weird idea, or it's a weird way of doing it, but yeah. So sorry you didn't know beforehand, Caddy. F to all the failed shinies I'm sure you've run into in your time with the game. All right, people. We gotta be maybe a minute for this hatch, or maybe a little less than that, maybe a little more than that. We're freaking close. The real question is, will Lord Helix bless us today? It'll be an insane streak. Getting the egg second try each time so far, and the Eevee I got first try of the stream, but it was like my second or third try overall. But anyway, my luck has been amazing today, or maybe you could say I got skills, I don't know, but whatever it is, it's happening and it's good. The question is, will it continue with this hatch here? Mere seconds away, please. Please, I cannot bear to wait any longer. Shalfa Pincer in a Beast Ball. That is sick. That is worth resetting for. 100%. What glitches will I be missing out on, Rebel, if I don't update the game? Thanks, Cube. Okay. I thought it would hatch by now, but maybe my timing was off. Okay, there we go. Lord Helix, I call upon thee. Lord Helix! Lord Helix! Praise be. Praise be to Lord Helix. Dear God, this is the run of my life. People, I don't think you understand. I mean, I'm sure some of you do, but like... Dear God. This is nasty. This is nasty stuff. Oh my God. Well... Yeah. Put some praise on my Lord Helix, please. We are humble servants. We are ants. Ants under the feet of Lord Helix. Rebel, yeah, I did know about the spawner situation. I don't know if I would even really want to use that. It seems pretty annoying to set up. Maybe if I was alpha hunting, I would do that, but for just a vanilla playthrough of the game, I don't think I would need to use that at all. God bless. All right. Yeah, I think just the order of things in this box is wrong, but we do have Tauros in that box, I think, so... but of course, never forget, Abra. Thank you for your service. Couldn't have done it without you. And... well, hell, let's keep going. As soon as I add this... boom. Now we have Zinx, 4 Rhyhorn, Mr. Mime, and Tauros, and then we will be done with eggs. Oh, and Kangaskhan. So never mind. Where is Zinx? I don't know, I give up. I give up. Let's just go ahead and set this up. What if it was called Crabra and had claws for hands? That sounds cursed. Do we really want to be entertaining blasphemous ideas such as that? That would not be approved by Lord Helix. Lord Helix would not approve that. Is Chespin that hard to find? Where you have a full box of Diggersby and no Chespin. You're looking forward to the evolution stream? Yeah, it's going to be a nice full circle moment. We're a ways off from there because we still have to do all of Hoenn before I get everything ready, but 1, 2, 3, 4. The ugliest cry in the whole series. Diggersby? I can't even think of what that is. Okay, I hit 1403. You know what would be crazy? Is if I went for 1405. Well, because this is shiny too, right? 1406. I could go for 1405, and that makes it so I could potentially hit this or this. An interesting idea, all things considered. But yeah, so they seem to get along is what's going to be the thing here. So 1404 is going to be the men there, and we don't need anything specific here. Okay, so yeah, like 1405 is a good target because again, I have 2 shinies on either sides, and I'm probably not going to hit 1403 again by accident, being 2 frames ahead. So why don't we make this the target? Yeah. 2 options here for shiny frames too. I'm going to go with the earlier one, of course, but... So it seems like the calibration I use for this is always pretty consistent, and the calibration I use for the second half is the one I just used. I don't need to use anything else but that. So it seems that is the deal, the plan. All right, 1405. Yeah, I mean, I could evolve everything in Kanto before moving on to Hoenn. I could be convinced of doing such a thing. I just think that ultimately prioritizing catching everything first and then having everything all together and ready to go is just a nice idea in my head, but it's not necessarily what we have to do. Yeah, so it sounds like Diggersby crowds out the Chespin and all that. It sounds like a distorted beer burp. Beer burps aren't music to your ears? They don't fill you with joy and hope for the world, for the future? Okay. We got one right out the gate, and if we're on seed, we're probably in pretty good shape. Oh, wait. I don't... Silly me. I don't need to receive that. I just need to, I need to get the Abra. I'm on seed. I am on seed. Yep. Already. Okay. Watch me fly through Jinx. Now, the only thing is, I could be 1404, could be 1405. I'm going to go ahead and trust that I'm on frame. But not being on this one versus this one will determine if I can get this first try or not. Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Hold on. Okay. I need to, damn it. What is this seed? E172. Well, now I've just thrown a wrench into things. E172. Where is that? E172. Okay. You know what? I think I should probably just... Yeah, I'll copy that, but I want to be sure this is right. Oh, it's up here. That's right. E172. Okay. Sorry, I don't want to lose that number because my calibration is currently locked in. I don't want to lose that. So that is the target frame. This, so far, has been the target calibration. And if I am on the frame, or if I hit the first frame that I think I did, and I execute perfectly, this will be shiny. Hobbit versus Orc Belch. Interesting. Like a trucker belch. I've never considered all this. I've never considered the belch variants. You've given me a lot to think about. Jinx is 100% female, right? That would be kind of insane if it wasn't. Yeah. And Smoochum only has one ability, so I can't use that to weed out the results here. Okay. If this is on seed, and if I did hit the frame that I intended to hit on the first half, then this might possibly, hopefully, be shiny. Yeah, that does suck. All the eggs you have to hatch. With the limited options for RNG. You just gotta rely on good old Masuda method. Although, you know, now that I think about it, the Sword and Shield RNG options are more diverse than most Switch games. All right, so I'm looking for 6,600 something. And this is a run. All right. Let the egg hatching begin. And this is now a 25 cycle egg hatch versus a 30 cycle egg hatch, which means the total time will be probably 11 to 12 minutes versus 15. So that's nice. Yeah, between raid RNG and overworld RNG, you can get most things. Raid RNG is annoying. If you, you know, dump a bunch of den pieces in and your shiny frame's really far away, you just have to basically start over. And then the constant resetting and advancing 3 days and hoping that the target that you want is the shiny. I mean, it's all very, very feasible, very practical. Or it's not practical, but it's manageable, just not practical, not fun. Going to bed and walking out to a shiny or two. What do you mean by that? Oh, I see, yeah. No, that's fair, yeah. Probably a much better experience than doing the Masuda yourself. Two minutes per 20 egg cycle, damn. If only we had half that efficiency here. Yes, of course. Like every Pokemon game after Fire Red and Leaf Green, just so happens, Flame Body is useful. Yes, Kanto is cursed. Alright, hold on. Hold on, people. What is it? Oh, press the button on top of the switch. Flip the switch. Switch. Oh, that's good enough. Oh, okay. No, I'm playing on ending round 4-3. That's fine. All right, coming in on maybe 5 minutes left, hopefully. Maybe a little less. As it does with many egg hatches in a row, the music is starting to impact my mind. Starting to hear things that I don't normally hear. So I think I can't go on much longer after this for sure. I guess it depends on what this is. If this is a shiny egg, I'm definitely calling it. If it isn't, I might be able to fit in one more. One more good solid hatch. But despite the success, the efficiency of today, it still gets to you. Spending this much time hatching individual eggs. It'll break a man. It will. Surely it will behave well. With Lord Helix's blessing, perhaps it will. All right, we're coming up on... Oh, geez. We are coming up on the hatch here. Should be mere seconds away. Maybe a minute-ish. There we go. All right, Lord Helix, have you blessed us once more? I don't think so. I don't really... No, I don't think that's shiny. It's hard to tell. Yeah, that's normal. Which is fine, which is fine. That's... You would expect that. Blessing or not, you would expect that. That's asking for too much. Alright. Smooch 'em. Let's get these filters cleared and... figure out what you are. Uh-oh. I need to see that. And that's probably good enough. I don't need another rare candy. Yeah, that's definitely good enough. Okay. Nature is rash. That's about all I can say about it on that side of things. And IV ranges are as follows. 10, 19, 4, 6, 16 to 19, 21 to 29, 0 to 3, and 26 to 27. And I have a feeling this is gonna work for me. It doesn't. Okay. What the hell? I don't know why I keep getting no results when I put in the IVs, but maybe this IV... Maybe this isn't the... something's off with this, I don't know, but... once again, I have a way of circumventing that, and I can see which IVs likely came from Ditto, and go from there. So, probably... Yeah, I would... Let's guess that this is 10. Let's just say that... This is 24. That is weird. I fixed the IVs on, Oh, wait. Dude. I didn't even put in, its, IVs in this. No wonder I'm not getting results. I don't think I've done that for the past several Pokemon. Jeez. I'm out of my mind. I haven't had the IVs at all in there. So no wonder I'm not getting results. Well, that's kind of funny. It's kind of silly of me. Let me put those in. 18, 17, 18, 25, 21, 22. And now I've screwed this up, so let me put this back in here. Four, 6, 16, 19, 21. That is insane that I have not put the stats of the parent in at all. That's hilarious. Okay. Good news. I hit 1405. I hit that, and I was 1 frame early. Unbelievable. I was 1 frame away from getting a first try. Truly unbelievable. So I'm gonna give it one more shot. This is my last go around for the day. Yeah, I can't complain. The fact that I hit my first target, and I'm already dialed in. Nothing better than that. I have been on a roll today, the likes of which I have never seen before. And I think part of the reason is I've been consistent across the board, but especially with the first half of the RNG, where you're generating the PID first half, because it takes forever. Like if you hit the wrong frame there, and you have to redo everything. And I've never done that. I've always hit at least 1 shiny frame, partly because I've set it up to where it's unlikely I'll be off target there, but it's been really nice. To set up Cress, you need to beat Cynthia. Yeah, you have to knock out Cresselia first, and then beat the Elite Four, and then it'll respawn. I know that's how it works in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I think it works the same way in Platinum. Or, maybe in Diamond and Pearl it works that way? I don't know for sure, though. Yeah, you never have to apologize for troubleshooting. I'm happy to help if I can. That issue specifically is not in my wheelhouse, or I haven't done anything with the roamers in Sinnoh for a long time, so wouldn't be able to remember off the top of my head. No seed, no dice. Okay. I don't think there is noise on Full Moon Island, is there? Usually, the primary source of noise in Gen 4 is NPC movement, and there's no NPCs on Full Moon Island. Yeah, one of the great things about Gen 4 RNG is that noise is not usually that much of an issue. Again, unless you're around a bunch of moving NPCs. You can usually mitigate it, though, regardless. $66, one seed late. You know what? I think it's probably a good time to call it. I've been going for 4.5 hours, and it has been quite a productive 4.5 hours. But I need to take a breather, I think. So I appreciate everybody for stopping by today. We really, I think, this was an exceptional period of eggs RNG. Words escape me. I'm very happy with how everything went today, and what we have left is I believe it's what, seven eggs left. We have, let's see if I can briefly go. Let me just quiet that for a second. Let's see if I can briefly pick out exactly what we're missing. Or how about this? I'll just I'll go into the game and I'll just look at the PC here. I think it's worth outlining exactly what we have left. Okay, so this Rhyhorn times 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Jinx will be 8. So technically 8 targets left, although Jinx is already halfway done, and it will probably not take me more than a couple tries to get it. So for all intents and purposes, let's say 7.5 eggs left to do. And then we will do Mewtwo, and then we will be done with Kanto. So very excited for that. Very excited to be moving on to Hoenn. In particular, it's one of my favorite Pokemon regions, and it will not be long. It's not going to be tomorrow, but we're getting there. So anyway, thank you all again for dropping by, and have a great rest of your Sunday. I'll see you sometime next week. Won't tell you exactly when because I have no idea, but see you soon.